Well, good morning, everyone. And we are continuing Letters on Occult Meditation video commentary. I hope I'm correct. I think it's program 8. And today is the 23rd of July, 2020. And we've looked at the issues involved in assigning meditation. So far, we've considered the ray of the ego and the ray of the personality. Looks like now the karmic condition of the threefold man is coming up. And that is what we must consider. Okay. Today, the karmic condition of the threefold man and his place in evolution comes up for consideration under our discussion of methods of meditation. Okay. It is our third point and of real moment in deciding wisely upon a method suitable for the individual. We have up till now considered the first the importance of meditation. Then we touched briefly upon the part the egoic ray plays in deciding upon that method, incidentally bringing out a point not much emphasized hitherto, that the real goal of meditation is the gradual fracturing, breaking, and shattering of the causal body. So an occult goal, not much considered. Well, you know, since that point itself is arcane, how would it be considered? Meditation is becoming popular now, but the discussion of why meditate doesn't really go that far. Each ray necessitated, we saw, a different process in that, you know, the fracturing, the driving into the ego, and the inclusion and the accumulation and the use of harmony and rhythm and color and sound and rhythm, and the laser-like method of the fifth ray, the burning method of the sixth that we dealt with that, and the mantric method. The building of a form within a form, the building of the temple, the Shekinah method for the seventh ray. DK is conducting a review. It's always a wise thing to do. Each ray necessitated, we saw, a different process. And then we took up the function of the personality ray in combination with the egoic ray and saw how, in wise consideration of the two factors, a method could wisely be apportioned. So this is the review. Let's see if there's any more of it. Review. Now, we take up more specifically the factor of time. Well, it's a Saturnian factor, and karma is a Saturnian factor. Karma and time are more synonymous terms than is oft realized. The differences between people have to do with when they individualized, how much experience has elapsed, how much time, that is, has elapsed since they individualized, and where did they individualize? Was it in the previous solar system? Was it on the moon chain? Was it in Middle Lemuria? Was it in early Atlantis? Or did they individualize on some other planetary scheme altogether, and thence were transferred to the Earth scheme and to our globe, our chain and globe, for certain acquisitions that they had not acquired in their original scheme, chain, and globe of individualization. Occult meditation and the definite commencement of the work of liberating the individual from the periphery of the causal body can only begin when a certain point in evolution has been attained. I mean, when a certain amount of time has elapsed and the karma gathered in that time has been experienced or paid. So it's not, simply for beginners on the path of discipleship and initiation. If it's going to be real occult meditation, let's say using the occult mind under Uranus. And when, through its content, the causal body is of a specific gravity, there's a technical term from physics, and when the circumference of that body measures up to certain requirements. So these are the standards which cannot really be violated if one is to engage in true occult meditation. Karma and time are more synonymous terms than is oft realized. We can't really get into the new schools of meditation if there are other obligations which would prevent the expenditure of the necessary time on the curricula of the new schools. Some of it has to do with experience, and some of it has to do with unfinished business left over from the past. But there is a definite work of being liberated from the Temple of Solomon, the egoic lotus causal body. Eventually there's going to be a focus within the Temple of Ezekiel as a monad. And there will have to be liberation from that also when the time is right. And who's to determine that? Well, we have a timekeeper in our solar angel, angel of the presence, who knows far more than we, the extension of monadic awareness, can, with all of our limitations, know at this point. Okay. The whole process is one of law, and not, as is so oft considered, one purely of aspiration and lofty desire. When we have that Kama-manasic attitude, and when in desire mind, desire is the major factor, we think that maybe aspiration, lofty desire, intensity of longing can accomplish what needs to be accomplished. Well, they are helpful, but until the law has been fulfilled, the door does not open. Consider wisely this sentence I have just written upon the karmic condition of the threefold man and his place on the ladder of evolution. What have I specified? And basically, three factors for our consideration. And this question of law, of course, this is a very important point. Our interpretations are so often a little bit childish, and we think that we can simply come up with the right understanding without anchoring ourselves in what has been definitively taught. I think that's a mistake. Of course, independence of thought, self-reliance, these are necessities, but we have to understand the foundational principles, if the masters have given them. We have to understand them in the way that they have been given, and not simply begin to think ourselves, ignoring those anchors in fact. Okay. So what are the three factors that will help the threefold man determine his place on the ladder of evolution? To some extent, it has to be done, otherwise, as I say, we're barking up the wrong tree. We might think we're doing everything necessary to take the fourth initiation when we haven't even taken the second. And that's not a fanciful example, because there was at least one individual for whom that was the case. And I have friends and associates for whom at one point in their life that seemed to be the case. They lacked co-measurement. So what are these three factors that have to be considered? The point in evolution, the specific gravity of the causal body, we might say its substantiality, its weight, and the size and circumference of the causal body. It seems that these things have to conform to certain standards. before it will become possible to elevate one's position on the ladder of evolution. It's kind of a two-edged sword, this determining of the point in evolution. So much prideful glamour or sense of inferiority often accompanies it when it should simply be a factual recognition. We've been through countless universes and always emerged. So we should just accept the facts and not pretend one way or another, not inflate, not deflate, but with Libran-like co-measurement, assess exactly what is the case as much as may be possible for us. And then some factors out of occult physics, we might say, the specific gravity of the causal body and the size and circumference of the causal body. One of the things I want to do here is just get a definition. And so we're literally all on the same page. There's Google Chrome, maybe emerging. So, specific gravity, what is it? The specific gravity formula, well, it's a simple way here. Another term for relative density. What is the specific gravity formula? The formula for a specific gravity, given that the reference substance is water, is the density of the object divided by the density of the water. Okay. What is specific gravity? What's going to be told to us? Well, it looks like one has to run some kind of video here to do that. So maybe we won't do that. Here is what it's used for. Is density the same as specific gravity? What specific gravity is normal and what is specific gravity example? So relative density is the idea. Relative density or specific gravity is the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a given reference material. Specific gravity for liquids is nearly what? Is always measured with respect to water at its densest, which is at 4 degrees centigrade or a little bit above freezing point, 39.2 Fahrenheit. For gases, the reference is air at room temperature. The term relative density is often preferred in scientific usage. if a substance's relative density is less than 1, then it is less dense than the reference material. If greater than 1, it is denser than the reference. If the relative density is exactly 1, then the densities are equal. That is, equal volumes of the two substances have the same mass. If the reference material is water, then a substance with a relative density or specific gravity less than 1 will float in water. For example, an ice cube with a relative density of about 0.91 will float. A substance with a relative density greater than 1 will sink. I've sometimes, the old saying, oh, I swim like a rock. I don't know if it's true, but I've noticed that in that rocky sign Capricorn, ruled by Saturn and maybe the densest of all the signs, the ability to swim is often rather less. Maybe we could say that Saturn sinks and Jupiter floats. If you compare the two metals, lead, ruled by Saturn, and tin, well, tin will still sink, but it's so much lighter than lead. It's ruled by Jupiter. And psychologically, we have the buoyancy of Jupiter, buoyancy, upheld in water, or just upholding and upheld, and the gloom and depression and the quite heavy density of Saturn. Well, I think maybe by studying chemistry also and the interaction between these elemental and molecular substances, we can learn a lot about the psychology of the human being. Okay, anyway, it's good to look up, I think. I just have to find it. There it is. Okay, later, so what is the relative density relative to either water or air or some standard of any particular material? It sounds like water and air are two reference standards, and the temperature has to be right, and for these standards, even ice cubes will float in water, because even though they're made of the same substance, H2O, they have a different specific gravity. The liquid state of water is more dense than the ice, the solid state. Later, says the Tibetan, I intend definitely taking up with you the question of the mental plane and its 3 higher subplanes, which are the planes of the ego. And here, ego represents the causal body, or the egoic lotus, when we began this study, ego seemed to represent the spiritual triad, and we are told that the true ego is, in fact, the triad. The Temple of Solomon is, in a way, built from below by experience in the lower worlds. The ego, as the spiritual triad, has more, we might say, of God in it, you know, built from above and from the will, love, and mind perspective of the globe lord, the chain lord, and ultimately the planetary logos. We will deal with the position of the causal body on these planes. As I said, it's usually subplane 3 or subplane 2, with the enigmatical idea that the jewel in the lotus belongs at the borderland between the higher mental plane and the Buddhic plane. One kind of wonders how that is, how that can happen. And I think it's all a question of vibratory positioning. So we will deal with the position of the causal body on these planes and with the relationship of the causal body to other bodies on the same plane or subplane. Note the meaning of vibratory positioning. You know, when we talk about the jewel in the lotus being midway, or, you know, right at the borderland between the higher mental and the Buddhic, we're probably talking about vibratory positioning. And the same when we're dealing with the synthesis petals, which are Buddhically constructed, and the lower petals, which are not, you know, taking their impulse from the monastic permanent atom instead of from the Buddhic plane. And when we talk about the difference between the position of the egoic lotus either on subplane 3 or subplane 2, you know, it's not a question of moving up and down some kind of visual ladder, such as our diagrams show, but of detectability at a certain level of vibration. So that's maybe what I want to write down. Detectability of certain, of structures arising from certain frequencies. So that, you know, if you are sensitive to a lower frequency, you may be in a way looking directly towards part of the same structure, which is more subtle and not detectable at the level of registration that you are now experiencing. You have to increase your point of tension, and then the higher structure created through a greater frequency will appear. So it's nothing about up and down, you know. It's just a question of the frequency and maybe the intensity, for the sake of radiation, of a certain range of vibrations. Because otherwise, you have a picture of a very disjointed egoic lotus. How can it be that the jewel in the lotus is like above the rest of the lotus? It's still central to the lotus, but its frequency means a certain vibratory positioning relative to the highest part of the mental plane and the lowest part of the Buddhic plane, or the highest subplane of the mental plane, that borderland that is ready to touch into the lowest frequency of the Buddhic plane. Maybe that will help a little bit with the visualization. In this letter, he says, I deal only with the three above mentioned points: the point in evolution, the specific gravity of the causal body, and the size and circumference of the causal body, maybe the shape, We're told that size is a factor, but so is the basic shape, whether ovoid or spherical. And maybe whether it is ovoid or spherical depends somewhat upon the ray, let us say. See, there are many things said by the Tibetan, and then there are logical inferences to be made. And I think that is permitted and desirable. We don't know whether these inferences lead directly to the truth, but at least they're moving in that direction. So he's only dealing with the three above points. He says, I deal, therefore, with the causal body itself, with the egoic consciousness, within that vessel, within that temple, and its relationship to the lower self. This term ego, is kind of protean, and we, as I've said, always have to examine the context. Is the context within the cosmic ethers, or is the context within the dense physical body still of the solar logos? That's a fundamental discriminative question. Our spirituality, the kind of spirituality that we are attempting to achieve, occurs within the cosmic ethers, which is the normal point of polarization of the initiates of the 5th degree and beyond, up to a point anyway. After I think at the 8th degree, I think you have a dual polarization, cosmic astral and cosmic physical, or cosmic etheric physical. And at the 9th initiation, we tend to no longer polarize upon the cosmic physical plane. And all of it is simply vibratory. All of this positioning, I mean, we're right here. We never leave. We never, in a way, actually, realistically, change position. We do not change position, even though myopically we seem to move. But what is moving is simply a self-image, a much reduced self-image. All images and all things in cosmos are the self-image of the universal logos. Okay, so let's see here. So I'm dealing here with the causal body itself. I wish I had a nice light orange here. But I just don't think I do. And then one day someone will come along and say, well, if only you had, if you had just done this, you would have discovered that nice light orange. But I don't find it. I only find what is in front of me here. And some of them are so dark that they just can't be used. I could use the gray. I don't like it much. And it doesn't really represent any of the sacred colors, which would be, you know, the red, blue, and green primary, but we'd have to include orange, yellow, sometimes considered a primary when dealing with pigment. Indigo, yes, it's a synthetic color. And violet is not a primary, but it's an important color. But this is all I see at the moment. Later, I will deal with the same consciousness on its own plane and its relationship to other egos and to the hierarchy, because, you know, there are families and groups of egos, and they'll be coming up here somewhere in the 30s of this book. And it will tell you how many egoic groups we can expect on the third subplane, on the second subplane, on the first subplane, and on certain of the Buddhic subplanes and atmic subplanes. And we can expect 7 great groups on the monadic subplane of the cosmic physical plane, telling us that there will be 7 monadic rays and not just the 3 major monadic rays, which we are more likely to find grouped on the logoic plane. So anyway, keep this clearly in mind, that he's dealing with egoic consciousness. And so many of us right now are trying to make that transition out of personal consciousness, where we have the soul and incarnation immersed within the elemental vehicles, and into the state of egoic consciousness on the higher mental plane. I have a friend who, you know, in leading meditations often says, okay, first words out of his mouth, let's focus on the higher mental plane. Okay, but usually we need a way of getting there. And once it is a long established, well-trodden road, so to speak, then maybe we can follow such instructions. Focus on the higher mental plane immediately. But in the process of building the Antakarana and in using certain exercises, we are able then to eventually focus on the higher mental plane. And I often think that the way of doing this is to focus as if in the presence of our virtues, because our virtues are like qualities which have been gained through difficulty and are stored in a vibratory condition on the higher mental plane. So if you surround yourself with your evident virtues, imagining their presence, then we may find ourselves, yes, slipping into the causal body. We can even try that for a moment here. Okay. Okay, so he'll deal with our relationship to other egos and how many ego groups there are. And usually I'm able to find that if I go to something I sometimes just call 35X. Let's see how it works out. And 35X or 35 and X. And there's 1, and there it is. And I'll show it to you on page 38 and 39. Yep. We'll get there. But the relationship to other egoic groups, these are our true spiritual families. You know, in the physical family, all kinds of mixtures occur. We may not at all belong to the same spiritual families and yet find ourselves in the same tangible material family. On the first subplane, well, on the third subplane of the mental plane, there's 49 groups. At least that's how it was. Maybe there's a moving upward onto the Buddhic plane, and maybe some of these numbers and relationships may be preserved. I tend to think, though, that these subplane groups still continue. On the second subplane, 42 groups, and on the first subplane, 35 groups. But if we move to the Buddhic plane, the third subplane, which gives us idealism, has 28 groups. And on the first subplane, into which we cannot move, apparently, because we are then, you know, talking about some level that the cities of which are not even accessible to a master, but nevertheless, 21 groups. And on the atmic plane, only it's on the atomic subplane. Again, we cannot move there. The first subplane of the Buddhic plane is also an atomic subplane. There are 14, and you know, with the 7 stars of the little bear and 7 stars of the great bear, and the importance of the number 14 in Egyptian mysticism and occultism, I think we can find some kind of meaning to these 14 groups on the atomic subplane. And it doesn't tell us which subplane of the monadic plane has the 7 great groups, but I think we can begin to infer it when we study certain things in a treatise on cosmic fire. The inference can be made. He tells us a little bit about monads of different rays involved with the 4th and maybe 3rd subplane. When we're dealing with subplanes 5, 6, and 7, they are not what we might call the etheric correspondences on those higher planes. They are the physical correspondences. And although I believe there to be 7 vortices of force on the monadic and even the logoic plane, and 7 on the atmic plane and so forth, those vortices will be found as they are found on the lowest of our planes, the etheric. The etheric part, the higher 4 of the etheric physical plane, the etheric part of the astral plane, the 4 higher subplanes, and the etheric part of the mental plane, which is for the most part taken up by the egoic lotus at this time to facilitate the bridging work that we have not yet accomplished. These are technicalities of the behind occult meditation. All right. So later I will deal with the same consciousness on its own plane and its relationship to other egos and to the hierarchy. And I guess that would mean, if it's the hierarchy, it will involve the Buddhic and Atmic planes. Keep this clearly in mind. The development of egoic consciousness within the personality is my main theme at this time, and do not confuse the two. Not egoic consciousness so much on its own plane, which can be the higher 3 mental, or looking, depending on how we consider the ego to be, the spiritual triad. Do not confuse the two. We might word it otherwise. I will deal with the relationship of the higher self to the threefold lower man and the gradually increasing strength of that relationship through meditation. Strengthening the relationship between the higher self. I guess we have several higher selves, but the ego upon the higher mental plane is considered a higher self. The spiritual triad is a still higher self, and the monad is a still higher self, and the liberated monad is a still. Do I have too many stills? Higher self. This increase is coincident with the 3 factors above named. Well, you know, is he talking about the point of evolution, specific gravity, and then also the size of the causal body, or is it something else? We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, well, the point in evolution, this is going to be quite a chapter. Yeah, the specific gravity, and then one more factor. Is it the size? Maybe did I skip over it? Perhaps Well, this is the specific gravity and the content. Let's just go back upwards. I think we'll see those three point in evolution, yeah. Specific gravity and size. So let's just make these bigger. That's one way to catch the eye. And if we catch the eye, we'll have some degree of order in our thought. Size and circumference, 2 radii in a straight line, and basically the, what is the, C equals pi d. The circumference, I guess, let's see how we define that. Sometimes we use the word perimeter, but let's just see what the usual way of doing it is. Whoop, wrong. Here it comes. What is circumference compared to perimeter? Circumference. In geometry, the circumference from the Latin circumferens means carrying around, is the perimeter. Okay, they're equivalent of the circle or ellipse. That is, the circumference would be the arc length of the circle if it were opened up and straightened out into a line segment. C equals pi d, or maybe C equals 2 pi r, and the area pi r squared. Well, going back to the days when geometry was required in the later grade school or the high school. Okay. Now, where are we? Maybe we're just, here we go. The point in evolution. The first of the 3 points. Whoop. The first of the 3 points above to be considered. The life of the evolving personality might be divided into 5 divisions. Ours is, after all, a 5-fold evolution, up to mastership, and we're still a human being up to that point. Ours is, after all, a 5-fold evolution, and the life of man as a human being and prior to taking the 5th initiation may be considered as a series of 5 gradual steps, 5 initiations, 5 steps. That's one way of looking at it, and we can go back, maybe think of, in instinctual man and intellectual man, aspiring man, discipleship man, and initiated man. Maybe those. Maybe there are different ways of looking at it, and probably we're going to look at it in quite an occult manner. Ours is, after all, a 5-fold evolution, and the life of the man as a human being and prior to taking the 5th initiation may be considered as a series of 5 gradual, that is, graded steps, each step being gauged, and this is where it becomes occult, by the condition of the indwelling flame of spirit. Okay. From the standpoint of our occult planetary hierarchy, as before I have told you, we are measured by our light. That's really something to remember. We're told that when the first initiation begins to be offered on the physical plane by the Christ and his assistants, that etheric vision will be so common that we will be able to see that indeed the candidate is worthy of the initiation, because the inner light demonstration will be visible, perhaps on the etheric plane, I would say. And then it will also be seen who has taken this initiation or that initiation by the intensity of the light demonstration. We are measured by our light. I guess the planetary logos also is measured by its light. So we're about to begin looking at the various divisions. It's helpful to know, given the type of mind that we have, what are the graded steps, because then we will not be inclined to skip over them or disregard them. So what I'll do here for the moment is just I'll emphasize them so we will be in a position to easily note what they are. And then, although, though they are very occult, at least we'll have some clarity around them. Isn't it amazing the kind of detail regarding occult meditation that can be found in this book? I'm always amazed when I go back over it, and I always see things that I have really missed before. Some of these are actually quite lengthy, so it's going to take a while to expand upon them. The Tibetan himself takes a while to do that. And finally, we'll get to earmarking here the 5th period, which will take us all the way to a condition of liberation. It's not the same kind of liberation as from the monadic vehicle, or even from that strange occult vehicle about which, practically nothing is said. I believe on the 3rd subplane of the atmic plane. But we always get liberated from the temple, no matter how nurturing of the inner light and of other spiritual qualities the temple has been. You know, the chick comes out of the egg, and the egg has a shell, and it's pretty hard, you know, relative to the softer stuff found within. A threefoldness is there with the yolk, first ray, and the white, the second ray, and the shell, the third ray. But the chick does come out of the egg. And eventually, a life is freed from its position of nurturance. It works that way with human birth too. You know, the womb is the egg. I guess, gosh, it works that way with the universe. The whole universe is an egg, the universal egg. And at the pralaya, there is a return from finitude to infinitude. And I would just say even absolute infinitude, from which in a way we can never depart. You know, it's important somehow to mix and to interleave the philosophical and the practical. And that would be to blend the third ray and the fifth. Or maybe the third ray and the fifth, seventh rays. And when we can do that, you know, it is a phase of building the antakarana. In your consciousness, you can move with ease from abstract to concrete to tangible. And before that time, it may be quite a stretch to get into the abstract. And for some abstract types, it's quite a stretch to bring down what they find on those abstract levels into the level of the concrete and manifests. So we need the balance to be able to go up and down the ladder of consciousness and up and down this ladder of abstraction concretion. All right, we're going on now. We've been told of the 5 steps or the 5 divisions which indicate how we are measured by our light. And the first division of progress might be measured from the moment when animal man became a thinking entity, a human being, to that of the conscious functioning of the emotional body, or to the point where the emotions are very largely paramount. We might say that this involves the opening of the 5th petal, not the 5th, the first petal of the egoic lotus. Pretty much the excuse me, first petal is open for all human beings at this time, or at least largely open. So this is the point of individualization, and probably we're talking about individualization on our planet and not on the moon chain per se. So let's put this into some kind of noticement. So it corresponds to the period covered by the Lemurian and early Atlantean days. And what was that period, early Atlantis? 12 million years ago. And during this period, man is polarized in his physical body and is learning to be controlled by his desire body, the body of feeling or of emotion. Sometimes we even know today that we may be motivated to do something, but we can't quite get the physical body to respond because of its state of inertia or because of the certain instinctual tendencies and gratifications which it prompts us to follow. He has no aspirations save such as pander to the pleasures of the body. He lives for his physical nature. He has no thought for aught that may be higher. Okay. The first stage. And this period parallels that of the child from 1 to 7. You know, sometimes DK says, well, yes, do consider the 7-year cycles, but the 10-year cycles are very important too. So we want to know the analogy here from 1 to 7, and maybe he'll tell us that, excuse me, with respect to the other stages. At this time, the watching teachers of the race see the indwelling flame as a tiny pinpoint and the permanent atom of the physical plane, and we know on the etheric plane is its location, as it were, holds the polarization, and we might say holds the attention. No attention is called for from the teachers, for the instinctive force inherent in the higher self does the work, and the driving force of evolution carries all on to perfection. That's stage 1. In these 5 stages where we consider the condition of the indwelling flame of spirit, the tiny pinpoint of light in this case. Okay. Now probably, however this was done, for many of us following out the path of studential occultism, at least, this period or some kind of equivalent took place on the moon chain or in the previous major solar system. Now, stage 2. The second period covers a point in development when the polarization, what we call polarization, focus, at least I think, focus, consistent focus, pretty much, is largely in the emotional body, and when lower mind desire is being developed, and we would want to call this Kama-Manas. Later, Atlantean days hold the analogy hid, maybe after the Great War, perhaps, or leading up to it. The desires are not so purely physical, so we do not have not early Atlantean days, for the mind is beginning to permeate, much as yeast causes a movement and a rising in the mass of dough. So, let's look at this. And, no really good color to use here. Maybe that. And, we would also say that this involves the Atlantean petal, which is the second, and some stirring in the third petal, all still in the hall of ignorance. We have not even yet really moved into the hall of learning, which begins to take into consideration the higher of the pairs of opposites as it comes into focus. The man is conscious of vague pleasures not associated with his physical body. He is capable of a deep love for teachers and guides wiser than himself, of a wild, unreasoning devotion for his environing associates. We sometimes maybe look at the dog and its association with the sixth ray, the devotion shown to a great extent, and of an equally, notice the word wild, is not disciplined yet by the mind, and of an equally wild and unreasoning hatred. And, even now there are those wandering in the hall of ignorance in its second phase. It's startling, but the near ones can do no ill. My country, right or wrong. My relative, my parent, my spouse, my children, right or wrong. This is still, the hall of ignorance. So an equally wild and unreasoning hatred for the equilibrium that mind achieves, Libra, right? And Saturn being strong there to make judgments that are not simply based upon attraction and adhesion, For the equilibrium that mind achieves and the balance that is the result of mental action is wanting in his makeup. He suffers from extremes. And, you know, you've got to think that this involves not only the fourth ray, but the sixth ray. The fourth and sixth rays on a higher turn of the spiral rule the path of aspiration. This is a lower and wild phase related to the path of aspiration, a lower and wilder, much wilder. The path of, point of achievement, don't want that, path of aspiration. There is aspiration, but it is all directed externally. It's not going to be found in relation to a sense of God immanent. Maybe the early Lemurian had more of a sense of the presence of the solar angel within as a type of God within himself. The polarization, you know, what did we call it? Consistent focus lies now in the emotional permanent atom, but, you know, on the atomic subplane of the emotional plane, where emotional idealism is found. But when this point of development is reached, a light plays between the two atoms that have known polarization or ongoing focus, the emotional and physical. So that's a kind of an integration on its way. At least, let's just say this, that relationship precedes integrated relationship. So there's light now playing between the physical and emotional permanent atoms. The number is 14, 7 for each, and you know, it's not really a physical permanent atom, it's the permanent atom for the etheric physical plane, and it's on the atomic subplane, or the first subplane of the etheric plane, which is part of the etheric physical. It's they're called solar planes or systemic planes. Okay. What I'm seeking to bring out, he says, at this stage, is that the mental unit has not known the force of polarization. And let's just say that word polarization, you have to be careful with it, because it sometimes it means, you know, sometimes polarization means consistent focus and stimulation. When we talk about mental polarization, it's different from mental focus. You can have a mental focus without having achieved the midway point between the second and third initiations when mental polarization occurs. Just, you know, go to the rays and initiations and look up the sixth initiation and it will tell you something about the distinction between mental polarization, after which a man is no longer considered a hazard, and mental focus, wherein the intelligent but non-spiritual man can very much be a hazard to the process of manifesting the divine plan. So the mental unit has not known the force of polarization. The emotional is holding it. And another way of saying this, the emotional permanent atom is holding the attention. So what DK is saying here, what I'm seeking to bring out at this stage is that the mental unit has not yet known the force of polarization. And we can say this would happen in the third pedal. I think you can have quite good concrete thinkers, but they have no notion about a higher of the pairs of opposites. There may be some kind of God transcendent idea, but still not the idea that the higher of the pairs of opposites exists within themselves. Okay, so it has not known the force of polarization. The emotional is holding it, and that, I think, holding the attention is one way of looking at that. Holding the attention. And the result is an integral difference within the periphery of the atom itself. So an integral difference. So let's just say changes in the permanent atoms accordingly. Maybe in the activation of X number of spirillae. By the time we reach the fourth, emphasis on the fourth spirilla, we're dealing with the possibility of integrating the personality. And the fifth and sixth spirilla, I think, take us into the egoic lotus and the spiritual triad, respectively, and the seventh spirilla. Of course, it's different in the triad, but the seventh spirilla indicates the monad. There's different ways of looking at that, because the permanent atoms of the spiritual triad only have 3 spirillae each. So, you know, what does the activation of those 3 represent? An abstract mental focus, then a Buddhic mental focus, then an atmic mental focus, possibly with influence from the monad. The electronic combinations that compose the atom, and this is a peculiar word, which has suffered polarization, are grouped in a different geometrical form to those which have not yet experienced the process. Well, although DK says he would have to consult an initiate or a brother or a master of on the fifth ray, he seems to know quite a bit about this. So there are, changes which are visible. Did C.W. Leadbeater see these? He and Annie Besant wrote quite a bit about the atomic level in their Occult Chemistry. It's a fairly long book. So let's just say God geometrizes, and with each emphasis, with each changing emphasis on permanent atoms, there are different geometrical configurations occurring. I imagine, I do think, what would we say? 1 spirilla for the instinctual man, 2 for the emotional man, 3 for the concrete mental man, 4 for the integration of the personality, 5 for lower, for the egoic influence, but maybe not so much the triadal influence, and 6 continuing the egoic influence, but also the influence of the impersonal sphere, and we have to account for monadic influence at some point. So it is the effect of the life of the ego, with this word suffers polarization, and the word suffers by pressure, I imagine. It's Vulcan, if you were being compressed by the energy of Vulcan, the spiritual will, it might be something of a painful experience. We all know, I think, that when the soul influence bears down upon us, there's really no escape. And you suffer that pressure until you acquiesce. Now, the Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane, he suffered a pressure of the divine will. And his acquiescence came with the statement, Father, not my will, but thine be done. So it is the effect of the life of the ego playing upon the matter of the atom and causing various approximations and differentiations unseen in a non-polarized atom. The matter is abstruse and complex. But I think we get the idea. There's so much geometry in this book, Occult Chemistry, And even in the simplification, or a simplified presentation, was it before, was it after, by Jinara Jadasa. He was one of the early presidents of the Theosophical Society in the early 1900s, maybe in the 1920s. Even there we have a lot of geometry, offered to us. I wonder, I know there are theosophists who are chemists and physicists, and I know they try to make bridges between contemporary science and the kind of geometrizing about which theosophy speaks. And maybe they have discovered some geometrization within the atoms. It's almost as if the different Platonic solids are somehow involved. I don't have the books in front of me right now, but I think we would find under the pressure of polarization, arrangements and rearrangements occur. And I'll just kind of write that out because I think it's worthwhile considering. Under the pressure of polarization, arrangements, atomic arrangements, and rearrangements occur. So this period, now we're always using the analogy here, this period is an analogous one to that of the life of the child from 7 to 14 years, or that period wherein adolescence is traversed and the child is maturing, hence the word wild that we have run into, this word wild. And, you know, oftentimes during this period, there is a rebellion. It does seem to go on, however, in the later teenage years. I wonder, in our Western societies, puberty is reached, and since there's a lot of education, entry into a fuller adult life is deferred. But maybe in traditional societies, that is not so much the case, and there is a quicker entrance into the next stage, and maybe less rebellion. Maybe, you know, rebellion goes with individualism, which is fostered under Leo at this time. And in traditional societies, the mass consciousness is still prevailing, and the outstanding, noticeable individual marching to his own drummer, as it were, is much less frequently found. So here we have entry into maturity. This maturity is the product of emotional and physical polarization in alignment. Alignment is now easily achieved between the physical and emotional bodies, and we can say one does what one wants to do. And the physical body is not sluggish, tamasic, resisting what the desires prompt. Of course, everybody has their bad days. The problem is to bring together under both, the problem is to bring both under alignment with the mental and later with the egoic bodies. Well, this is, you know, Atlantean stage, not so much guided by individual mentality as by tribal tradition. What is expected of the member of the group. The emergence of the individual is of relatively recent is a relatively recent event. So there are still further stages, and a lot of people are even now aligning their sort of Cancerian moon Neptune physical emotional integration with a more Leonian fifth ray directiveness. It's the point emerging out of the inchoate mass. And this is the difficult part, of course, lining this up with mentality. We live on, in a way, such an emotional planet. It's progressing between the first and second cosmic initiations, and that is a time when the emotional body needs a lot of attention to bring it under control, and when glamour is pretty rife, frequently found. I guess the hierarchy has the numbers, and they know what kinds of numbers are required to be able to say, in a large and general sense, humanity has taken the first initiation. But there are just so many who are still, even though this is the Aryan time, so many that are still Atlantean in their focus, in their polarization, in their attentiveness. They are emotional man, still so many. But of course, we're into a period of information explosion and a computer revolution. And the access of the information in the lower mind, or from the lower mind, is easily accomplished. So I think there'll be a much more rapid entry into this control from the will aspect of the lower mind, the control of astral and physical, than has been the case before. To the, he says, to the watching guides of the race, the indwelling flame or light can be seen slightly more enlarged, but still so small as to be inappreciable. I guess, sort of at the heart of everything is this indwelling flame. It's not like we have to climb a ladder from the higher mental plane up X number of subplanes until we get to the monad and its indwelling flame. It's all superimposed and revealed to the seer through differentiation of vibration. I mean, you're looking, let's just say, at the same space, the same area within your field of visual perception. And different things appear and disappear depending upon your point of tension. Increase the point of tension and the hidden appears. Decrease the point of tension and that which was hidden and revealed and which appeared to you disappears. And we're back to what was filling that particular space before. Right, right now in this room, etheric beings exist and astral entities are walking, floating, traveling here and there. And the point of tension is right within the brain and mind, and even the thought forms are not, although used, they are not visible unless I were to really increase the point of tension. And thus it goes for the soul. So basically, you know, let me kind of put this down. A point of tension is revelatory of certain frequencies of vibration. And it's all right here. And we say, well, I'd like to travel to Mars. I'd like to, we do that, of course. I'd like to take a ride on the Voyager and go out beyond Pluto. You know, we do it. But in a way, even though we're using the word here in a sense which may not be entirely proper, because every here needs a there, everything is here. And no matter how far out, apparently out in space, a source may lie, it's also right here. And sufficiency of the point of tension will allow you to perceive it, to help it materialize in your consciousness. So, you know, it's all by the way of negating space and saying there is no extension. So another principle here, there is no extension, whether of time or space. Or let's just do it the other way, space or time. We live in a non-extended reality. And this is perceived through the elimination of points. In a way, each perception is an expanded point. But eliminate the points, there is no interval. There is no extension, whether of time or space. So the Tibetan goes on, but if I can in any way make clear without misleading by the use of words, and I must say, you know, always a danger, easily perceived by the teaching masters. If I can in any way make clear without misleading by the use of words, whereas in the first period the physical atom could be seen illuminated through focus, and the pressure polarization. Now in the second period, the emotional atom is similarly lit up. And, you know, when we get into cosmic fire, he says more about that. But we have the foundation right here, and we understand how it works right here, because he doesn't really repeat himself. Or at least he says it differently here. A signal to the teacher that the work progresses. And what can we say? You know, the teacher looking in every 1,000 years or every 100 years, and now more frequently. So we are known by our light. We are gauged by our light. Where the scholars are ranked according to their light. So let the light increase. And, you know, the light is simply, well, for one thing, it's numerically enhanced registration or perception of items within the field of consciousness. It's that light is that certain something which increases the number of items perceivable within the field of consciousness, and also reveals the relationship, the causes and effects and so forth between these different items, which are revealed by that which we call light. It's a source of humility, isn't it, that the interested master may be interested every 1,000 years or 300 years, but relies upon the higher Chela, who supervises the Chela in the light, for a report. What attentiveness it must take, and what patience. But then, you know, the stride of the master is the stride that encompasses centuries, and not the little baby steps from day to day by means of which we stride. And so much of that is still hidden from us, practically and experientially. So all of this lighting up of the second atom takes a vast period of time, for progress at this period is inexpressibly slow. You can just feel almost the frustration in a word like inexpressibly, and then attached to the word slow, which, even though we're enjoined to practice the wise use of slow action, is not a particularly welcome adverb. Slow, slowly. In these days of the sense of the impulsion forward. Yet there is no rush, there is no hurry, and yet there is no time to lose. But we are pushed forward by the driving force of will. We all have will, and, you know, no matter, and there's always a first-ray component to whatever our major ray may be, and a component on the other rays too, no matter what our major ray may be. Anyway, there's a signal to the masters, the work progresses. All of this method covers a vast period of time, for progress is inexpressibly slow. And DK sometimes talks about how slow, how very slowly humanity has progressed. You know, it's like a still life without the effect of the sun and shadow and so forth. It's just looking at the same thing. But he says, cultivate patience, because it's very hard to break through when you're on the other side and you wish to communicate with someone or someone's. There's a lot of non-responsiveness by those more physicalized beings. And you really need this great patience. And as is said of the Christ, calmness, forever unperturbed. He goes on, my allusion to the Atlantean and Lemurian races was but to trace analogy in object and not analogy in time. Well, the individual goes through a Lemurian and Atlantean stage. And another way of looking at this, the opening of the first petal. Always, usually, is much slower than the opening of the second petal. And the second petal opens more slowly than the third, and so forth, following the same pattern. So, you know, it's a phenomenal aspect what's going on there in the egoic lotus, but also is accompanied by certain types of consciousness, and the initial development of instinctual consciousness, maybe coming under Aries or Capricorn, is a lot slower than the developing of emotional consciousness in the second petal, and the time of opening becomes less and less until at the end, 7, 8, and 9 can be opened maybe, well, at least 8 and 9 in the same life. And there comes a point at which we don't just have to wait within the synthesis petals, petal after petal, but they burst open all together after, you know, some slighter differentiated degree of opening after each of the initiations, 1, 2, 3. And now we're on the verge of 4, and they burst open. The word burst, there's not so many bursts, you know, so let's see, I'm hoping, really hoping that I have given you the right one. And I think it's a treatise on cosmic fire, where you find it. Whoa, that's not what we are looking for right there. Well, here anyway is this question of burst. The inner fire burst forth, and finally, here it is. On page 772, it makes for exciting reading if you're interested in the sort of time-lapse photography of the egoic lotus opening. You can only imagine not just reviewing one life, but reviewing somehow them all from a synthetic point of view. the petals of the inner circle open up. The true word emerges until the three enshrining petals burst forth, burst open, and the central spark is revealed. So somehow this is a very important section. They burst open. And then the word is fully known, apparently coming from the innermost jewel point. The mantrams and formulas have no further use, and the beauty of the scheme is revealed when the planetary logos is concerned. The word sounded on cosmic levels is being resolved into mantrams from the cosmic etheric, on the cosmic etheric planes, for he is in position to create consciously on those levels, cosmic etheric, as the hierarchy does now. He works nevertheless, through formulas on the dense physical planes of his scheme, the planetary logos, our three worlds of endeavor. So you kind of wonder, is the higher mental plane included? It certainly is included when we deal with the solar logos. But it's a question whether, when we're dealing with the planetary logos, whether we should consider the 18 lower subplanes as the definite dense physical body and not consider the higher three subplanes of the mental plane as we do when we consider the solar logos. Okay, we're ready to look at the third period. Oop. Right. So this is very clear, isn't it, somehow? And you can correlate it with the opening of the petals and with the great root race types of consciousness. Now, all of us have been through Atlantis. Maybe there's a few rare, rather technical souls who come from Vulcan and maybe Mercury, and they didn't go through what we would call the Atlantean period or the Lemurian period on our planet. But we don't know the numbers, but they can't be big. And even if we came from the moon chain, which so many of the more advanced humanity and students of occultism have experienced, we've been at least through a number of the sub-races of the Atlantean root race. And, our physical vehicles have been relatively gigantic, such that HPB calls us all pygmies these days. It's not going to be a popular term anymore, but that is what the term she uses, because all human beings used to have a tremendous stature. You're finding that there are remnants in the Aboriginal groups of the earlier root races, and they are relatively shorter, but in the heyday of those periods, man was gigantic in his physical vehicle and had what is called huge tabernacles of clay. Our bodies are referred to as clay, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Now we are entering the third period, discussing that, Now, on entering the third period comes the most vital point in the development of the man, that in which mind is developing, because man is Manas in the greater scheme of things. And we all know that if you can listen to the word man as an occultist, you won't have necessarily that reaction of men and women. Like I said, it's like being able to listen to the William Tell overture without thinking of the Lone Ranger. But that takes a little habituation and a disidentification from what we have been thinking we are. So it's the most vital point in the development of man, that in which mind is developing and the polarizing life shifts to the mental unit, the life as it focuses at a particular point of tension. That is the polarizing life. Now, you know, some of us, we may be emotional from time to time, but we can't imagine that we would lose our intellectual curiosity and our ability to think rationally. We would not want to subside back into the stage when our superiors have to tell us, if you would only think. It's a line which DK uses in esoteric psychology too, when talking about how some talk to the relative children of the race. That's really hard to accept, you know, that all men are monadically equal and hierarchically of different levels of attainment. Without the interpretive law of reincarnation, you just can't get it. And that law is shunned by many because people don't want to have suggested to them the kind of tremendous time span and work that it will take to equal in attainment others that have spent that kind of time. In other words, we want everything too fast and on the cheap. So there comes this vital point in the development of the man, that in which the mind is developing and the polarizing life shifts to the mental unit. Where is your point of polarization, or at least acute focus, sharp focus? Where is it really? Well, if you're strictly emotionally polarized, you just won't even read this stuff that we're studying so hard. It's hard to deal with the blatant fact of hierarchical inequality. One will be accused of all kinds of things, you know, racism, elitism, etc., forgetting that it is the monad, of the monad, that we speak when we say all men are created equal. They are emanated equally. What is the history of the monad? Well, at least at the very first individual emanation, there is a fundamental ontological equality. Now, are you bothered by the fact that the masters have attained more than you? Are they bothered by the fact that the Chohans have attained more than them? what man has done, man can do. And yet there are so many relatively inexperienced souls who are really bothered by the idea that all men are created equal does not apply to the form, and nor does the act of creation equal procreation. We are all the result in our form of procreation, and there's no equality in it because we've had such variegated experiences in relation to which we have performed well or not. I remember somehow reading an early Manly Hall book more than 50 years ago, and basically it was saying, well, where you are right now is exactly caused by what you have done with your opportunities in many lives. You are responsible for your own level within the creative hierarchy in which you find yourself. Speaking in terms of the solar system and viewing humanity as a unit, remember there are many humanities, different humanities exist on different planets, all of whose permanent atoms form the molecules in a corresponding cosmic atom. Maybe our many etheric physical permanent atoms form the molecules in a much greater atom having to do with a larger entity altogether. Maybe, a planetary logos, or maybe even some kind of globe lord or chain lord. This has to do with our inner groups, the groups with which we are affiliated. The term molecule usually is a combinative term. An atom is elemental and pure, but H2O is a molecule and has more than one type of atom involved, and so do all compounds. Well, anyway, speaking in terms of the solar system and viewing humanity as a unit, can we do that? Can we view humanity as a unit? All of whose permanent atoms form the molecules in a corresponding cosmic atom. We're told that the Saturn is the actual physical permanent atom of the solar logos. The work has progressed from physical to emotional polarization. See, he uses the word polarization. It doesn't strictly mean focus. It means some kind of unvarying focus, especially, when we're dealing with those who in the desert have achieved mental polarization. It's not the same, as I said, of the earlier mental focusing. So, speaking of the solar system and viewing humanity as a unit, all of whose permanent atoms form the molecules in a corresponding cosmic atom, let's say like Saturn, and in a sense like Neptune and Uranus, the work has progressed from physical to emotional polarization and remains there. Not till the 7th cycle of the greater cycle. Is this some kind of solar systemic round, the greater cycle? I don't know. Not till the calling of the system into obscuration and out of manifestation will the cosmic mental atom in the body of the Logos achieve polarization. And that's a piece of information that, you might look long and hard for that in the later books. It's so powerful piece of information, and here it is in this initial book. So there are rounds which are chain rounds, and rounds which are scheme rounds. Now that's fairly easy to see and to estimate with respect to a planet. When you try to extend the analogy to the solar system, the passage of solar systemic life through all of its planets is a bit like a chain round. Then what in the world is a scheme round? Does it include 7 solar systems, of which ours, well, 7 cosmic logi and their respective solar systems? Does it, there's got to be some circulation through the 7 suns, is what I'm trying to say. It's not just through the 7 planets, but there is the circulation through 7 suns, and our solar system is kind of like a chain. And when that circulation occurs, then our whole solar system becomes the object of attention of a greater Logos, just the way one of our planetary chains becomes the object of attention of our solar Logos. The analogy holds good. You've got to arrange 7 groups all the time, and the groups are ever more inclusive. So in a strange sense, our planetary chain is like a globe to this larger type of solar systemic round. Our planetary scheme is like a chain, and the whole solar system is like a scheme, of which there are a number. Right now, the Earth scheme, which is in a way like a chain, when you consider it in relation to a solar Logos, is receiving a lot of attention. And then we move from, chain to chain. Scheme to scheme is like moving from chain to chain in this solar systemic circulation. When you move from chain to chain planetarily, it's like moving from scheme to scheme solar systemically. So we begin to see why DK says that the big thing here is to utilize the law of analogy, because it will be revelatory. Okay, we're in this 3rd phase here. Here and there, individuals are, as units, accomplishing the work and demonstrating, therefore, the hope for all. And these are what we might call graduate human beings, i.e., the masters. So, probably from theosophy, we never got the idea that every chain was still a subsidiary part of a planetary scheme. The idea of chains and globes and schemes, which is a triple idea, was not presented in the usual discussion of rounds in theosophy. And so you begin to understand that we have not only to consider chain rounds, in which we're engaged at the moment in the fourth chain round, to be followed by the fifth, sixth, and seventh probably, but we're in the midst also of a scheme round in relation to our planet, and the chains are just like globes. You have to go through 7 chains or however many sequentially. It doesn't mean they're not already there. They can be quite present and constructed. It just means that there is a timing sequence for the concentration of the planetary logos upon a particular ray aspect of his nature. Right now, there's a lot of concentration on our particular chain and our particular, our scheme lord, the planetary logos, is concentrating on our chain and on our globe, to which Sanat Kumara has been extended. And the diagrams, I think, can show this pretty well. There. Those are schemes. And from a solar-logoic point of view, there is progress through each one of the schemes. Right now, our fourth scheme is receiving a lot of attention. But this is a reduction. It's the Earth scheme. And within it is an Earth chain. And the consciousness of the entire planetary logos is very much concentrated upon our particular chain and our little globe. Now, if you add to that the fact that probably because of where our solar logos is, the point to which it is developed, it also is concentrated on our fourth scheme and its fourth chain, and I don't know about the globe. There was a point at which the solar logos was going to intervene on our little globe in World War I. So there's a really hot emphasis going on in relation to our particular chain, our scheme from the solar logoic point of view, and from the solar logoic and the planetary logoic point of view, a focus on this fourth chain and maybe even on our little Earth. Okay. So we're talking about the mental atom in the body of the logos. Now, what will that be? In a way, there is a correspondence of Uranus to the mental permanent atom of the solar logos. Saturn actually is the physical permanent atom of the solar logos. And in that sense, from the logoic subplane of the cosmic physical plane, it rules the whole cosmic physical plane. But Neptune and Uranus are correspondences. So I'm not quite sure what that means, but there is a Uranian effect. In this particular solar system, I would think that Neptune, with its second ray monad being a correspondence to the astral permanent atom of the solar logos, would receive a lot of attention, even though it kind of supposedly does not belong to our solar system, whatever that means, and does not conform to Bode's law of distancing from the sun. I had a teacher once, though, that had a system into which Neptune did fit correspondentially with the other planets. So anyway, just the way Venus completed its work in 5 rather than 7 rounds, and I suppose they are scheme rounds, I suppose, not just chain rounds. I suspect that Sirius, to which Venus corresponds, would be an early completer as well. And there's such a commonality there, with Venus being the brightest planet for us, anyway, on Earth, and Sirius being the brightest star in terms of relative magnitude in our local system. Both are very bright, both are identified with great Christ force. Venus, a kind of a planetary Christ, with its 6-ray, second ray monad, and Sirius, I think, kind of a local cosmic Christ with its 6th-ray, second ray monad, 5th-ray soul. There's such a correspondence, no question about it. Maybe when it comes to Jupiter, the correspondence is more towards our own sun. But in any case, Earth is not sacred yet, although internally it is said to be so. And our solar logos is not sacred as yet in the ranking of solar logoi, but Sirius is so. So, so the law of analogy is holding good and helps us understand that in our solar system, there are planets which correspond directly to stars within the 7 solar systems, of which ours is one, in our local cosmic logos, in which we are a heart center. So I guess, we're going to see, I mean, maybe Earth has to go through 7 complete cycles, where Venus went through only 5, and maybe Sirius went through less than 7 cycles, but our solar logos will have to go through the full 7. Because it looks like we're talking here about our solar logos going through the 7th cycle of the greater cycle. And boy, that is a hint, you know. That greater cycle takes us back to our planetary logos, which has chain rounds, which are cycles, but not the greater cycle, and also has scheme rounds, and those are greater cycles. So let's just say here in the planetary logoic economy, the greater cycle is a scheme round, and a lesser cycle is a chain round. Well, you know, DK somewhat added to what the usual theosophical conception was. And, you know, the early theosophists, I guess, you know, it was a society designed to promote brotherhood among the human beings, and maybe someone had the vision to realize that in that period of blood and iron under Bismarck, great dangers lay ahead in the 20th century. And so some kind of society to bring in brotherhood and avert war was instituted. But, you know, it's possible to get so caught up in the wonderful mental details that you forget the founding purpose. And, you know, for all of his detailed knowledge, his meticulous entirety, Master DK's ashram is the ashram which, in the beginning of the externalization process, brings through the energy of right human relations. So it must be very close to Shambhala in a certain way, because that's a major theme of Shambhala at this time. So basically, he's telling us if a few succeed, what was Master KH, what was his statement? A few drops are not a monsoon, but they presage it. And thus it is with those few individuals who accomplish. They're not the entire wave of humanity's great accomplishment, but they presage it. And this corresponds to a longer period. Oh yeah, because there's more to be done, says the Tibetan. More to be done. So it goes from correspondentially from 14 to 28. And you know, when we start talking about 7s and 14s, it's an important measure. Emphasized maybe more in Egyptian occultism, but hinted at when DK talks about the Great Bear 7 and the Little Bear 7. And maybe the Pleiades adds, that gives 14, and the Pleiades adds another 7. The major stars in the Pleiades, or the ones that are closest to us and most noticeable to us as the jewel box. I mean, you know, omniscience Well, we've all achieved it in the past infinitesimally, but it's a great thing, and there are many roads. So 2 atoms have felt, he has a different way of speaking about it, have felt polarization, and one is receiving the shifting. I'll say, this is how it is now. The pressure of polarization for the physical permanent atom and the astral permanent atom, and the mental unit is receiving the shifting with all of the strain involved in that reception. It is the middle point. If there, if we're talking about 5 right now, how many permanent atoms are there? Well, he's not yet talking about anything having to do with the monadic or logoic vehicle. He's going atmic, buddhic, monastic, and the monastic and mental unit are kind of occupying the middle ground, then astral and physical, which is really etheric. So this is the middle ground. Manus is in the middle, Mercury is in the middle, the Buddhic plane is in the middle, where Scorpio and Mercury are found, representing man. We're in the middle, with all of the suffering involved of being torn in 2 directions, maybe 4. But the focal point is gradually shifting more and more into the mental unit, and the egoic body is becoming gradually more rounded out and assuming its proportions. And what do we mean by that? It's specific gravity. Well, let's say it's correct specific gravity, and it's adequate expanse. I say there is no extension, there is no expanse, and yet there is. In the ever recurrent world of Maya, there is extension and expanse. The mind just can't contain it, just go back 1,000 universes and you are there, and not only are you there, you're it. The kids play the game hide and go seek. Now you're it. Now you're it. In the children's games, a lot can emerge. But is there any such thing as the largest infinite number? I don't know if in the works of Cantor, I'm no mathematician, but I don't know. I think the very nature of infinity prevents us from ever having a largest infinite number. Even if we take infinity to the infiniteth power, how in the world would one calculate that? The result still has to be in death finite. It's just so extended as to be non-extended, and so ongoing as to be not ongoing, and so temporally expansive as to be non-temporally expansive. Well, I guess the further we get into the realities of things, the more we realize that in which the apparent we is encompassed. We're part of something, and the part of something that we are part of is still ourselves, and that those many selves are one self. I would recommend the stirring in the heart as the point of revelation, and maybe other heart centers are involved in that too. I feel it in my heart center, so I think it's worth a try. It's a mystical apprehension, and poetically it has been expressed as something far more deeply interfused. So I call it infuception. The means of finding it, I call it infuception. It's Wordsworth, I think, the poet. So many poets, having so much to do with Neptune and Pisces, have this ability to detect the ultimately subtle, extremely subtle factors. And, sometimes I wonder if there is any satisfying life unless the subtle can be first detected and then identified as. But it all depends on your ray type. As I say, I tend to defer to naught is but me. And there are, 6 other methods of approach which leave the veiled whatever unveiled. So the man has control of the physical body, and each life he builds a better. Especially it's coming up in the 7th ray age. Healthier, more resilient bodies are coming under the 7th ray. He has a desire body of more refined requirements, and work in the arts helps with that. Note the occult significance of that word. Is it refined? Is it requirements? But there is a refinement proceeding, and the desires are no longer so crude, and the desire nature is shifted from being propelled by ruddy, rude Mars to being propelled by subtle Neptune. He realizes the joys of intellect and strives for a mental body of greater adequacy. I think Master DK is a great example of that. You can only imagine what he could write if time and space, as myopic actualities, allowed him to do so. But he had to deal with his instrument and the times and typewriters instead of computers. And, he had to deal with Alice Bailey with all of her excellences and her limitations. You can only go so far as your instrument allows you to go. You can refine the instrument and go further, but there are limitations. His desires turn upward instead of downward. It's the 2 points in the solar plexus center, one higher, one lower, one Martian, one Neptunian. The lower Martian, the higher Neptunian, and become transmuted into aspiration. It's under Taurus, the highest example of idealistic aspiration under that sign. At first, aspiration towards the things of the mind. When I look at the man who founded Wikipedia, I say, oh boy, he just must have this urge to embrace all knowledge. And he's done a wonderful service for everybody, he and his cooperators. So at first, aspiration towards the things of the mind, and later towards that which is more abstract and synthetic, through the building of the Antakarana. So I'm just going to, this is as far as the man has gone. After the third stage, the indwelling egoic flame of light now radiates from an inner center. Does he specify? To the periphery, lighting the causal body and giving indication of burning, not just a pinpoint of light, not just a little bit more of a pinpoint, but some kind of, it's a longer period, 14 years, not 7. And it gives the indication of burning. To the onlooking hierarchy, it is apparent that the divine fire, which is the fire of spirit, is permeating and warming and radiating throughout the causal body, and that the ego is becoming ever more conscious on its own plane and ever more interested. I mean, here we might have to talk about the angel of the presence, or that extension of the solar angel into the causal periphery, because it's like an independent being, it really is. It's just as if an elder brother or sister were helping a younger brother or sister. And that the ego is becoming ever more conscious on his own plane and ever more interested via the permanent atoms in the life of the personality. Now, sometimes it's a bit humbling to realize that the ego, that higher being that was once a man in a previous solar system, is only, partially interested in what's going on with the personality. The question there is whether an adequate stage has been reached by the personality to make the ego's interests spiritually profitable, both for the personality and for the extension of the solar angel itself. I mean, the solar angel is not entirely an avatar because it still has something to gain by its descent and sacrificial association with the personality. But this is already a big change, isn't it? In terms of the size, intensity of the flame, and so forth. So I'm going to make that a little bigger. Just give me a good orange somewhere. So we are known, sorry, the scholars are graded by the quality, by the intensity, the radiatory power of their light. And hierarchy looks on with complete accuracy of estimation when regarding the status of a human being and what can be done with that human being and what is that next step forward. Just imagine Master DK knowing all these things about the many, many steps along the path of spirituality, and just seeing that the individual that he is supervising has simply to eat less or to exercise more. Something so simple can hold you back. One person was suffering from bulimia, binge and purge, binge and purge. They didn't call it that in those days, but it was obvious what it was. Sometimes you treat the physical body too well, and sometimes too harshly. Binge and purge. He had to deal with that first before he could get into the deeply consequential possibilities of inner progress and development. The physical brain of the personality is not yet aware of the difference between inherent mental capacity and the direct impress of the indwelling ego. Important statement, but the time is becoming ripe for a change of some kind, and evolution is moving with rapidity. And then, one wants to make sure of this. Yeah. Well, what is our own mind and what is the result of the mind held steady in the light? What is egoic consciousness? When you blend the presence of a stream of projection from the solar angel with that stream of presence of the extended monad. In a way, we're both. The monad really is every state of consciousness. Yeah. And that consciousness of the monad in extension is within the causal periphery, but it's permeated. Can I use a word like that? By the presence of the far more experienced solar angelic consciousness projected in a stream and mixing and blending with the monadic consciousness in extension. And then sometimes the master gets in there too, and we become the product of the three. In other words, we become an outpost of the master's consciousness. In our egoic nature, we become one. Well, we become we become one, an example of the monad in extension. Two, an example. No, I don't want to go there. Let me just check that I've got this correct, yeah. An example of a consciousness underlay by the stream presence of the solar angel, and three, an outpost of the master's consciousness. It's this is a triple type of consciousness within the egoic lotus. Interesting, I think, if true. Mary Bailey always used to say that Foster Bailey used to say. Interesting if true. If true. But I think that's how it works. The consciousness is some kind of fusible substance, and you can blend some different streams of consciousness, and they will give you more together than you may have been able to achieve with any one of them. Basically, our consciousness is the extended consciousness and attenuated consciousness of the monad. But then in comes that solar angelic stream and gives us what we didn't have, because we don't have the experience of the solar angel, which was once a human being. And then in comes the master's consciousness working with us on the higher mental plane, and we become, as he sometimes says, an outpost of the master's consciousness. Our consciousness becomes an outpost of the solar angelic consciousness, our consciousness, which is essentially the monad in extension, the consciousness of the monad in extension, scaled down from monadic levels, becomes an outpost of the master's present thinking and present influence, and an outpost of the solar angels thinking and influence. And thus, on the soul level, we are quite capable of seeing what is best. Unfortunately, the thickness of matter, in the process of what I call prakritic immersion, which means getting buried in matter, makes us forget. So, crossing the river of forgetfulness into incarnation is a bit like prakritic immersion, being immersed in the density which prevents our original knowledge from coming through. All right. The fourth period. The fourth period approaches. That middle period, okay, that was number 3, and it's monastic pretty much, but adds to lower manas and impressibility from higher manas. The fourth period approaches, and I would here sound a warning. All this proceeds not in ordered sections, if so I may term it. I mean, the concrete mind loves that, the concrete mind loves ordered sections. That was, I think, if I may say, some of the trouble with the very linear theosophical presentations. I mean, how many chakras do you have at the same time? Or maybe all of them. But some of the theosophical presentations made it seem as if chains as chakras appeared one after another instead of being activated one after another. They were all, and then patterns of activation were a bit analogous to patterns of activation within our own energy system. It's not like we do the whole base of the spine, then we do the whole sacral center, then we do the whole solar plexus, and only then we do the whole heart. No, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, the heart has many functions, but you have to keep coming back to different chakras for their higher types of activation. The Ajna Center has a very personal activation, but it also has a triadal activation, and it has a final directoral activation, which brings the union of the base of the spine and the top of the head may be completely finished at the 5th initiation. So, we're switching all around, and all the chakras are there. It's just a question of when they are activated, they're not activated in an entirely linear manner. And much depends on the monadic ray too, also. So the degree of complexity is greater than we imagine, and we'll know more about it at that period around the fourth initiation, when is it between the third and fourth, when some kind of tremendous accumulation of knowledge occurs, maybe for certain ray types. Okay, fourth period, all this proceeds not in ordered sections. We want to make things easy for ourselves, you know. And order is one method of simplification. And when we simplify, things are easier to remember and easier to accumulate and have ready at hand. But the truth is often more complex. And then sometimes the truth is more simple than the obstructive complexity we manage to cook up. So it proceeds as proceeds the greater system, with constant overlapping and with parallelism due to the inherent ray of the spirit or monad. Because in any triangle, there's a first, second, and third point. And depending on your monadic ray, so will be the time of activation of any one of those points and their possible simultaneous activity. What's it said? You know, usually it's going to be the knowledge pedal first, or not pedal the knowledge point. But for some, the love point is activated just as rapidly as the knowledge point. And, you know, for the first ray monad, the love point is retarded. Not so much for the third ray type, but for the first ray type. And for the second ray type, there is a slight retardation there on the third point, the third ray point. So there's a tradition for each one of these points, and all according to the law of mutation, which has really got to be, you know, multi-partite, just to be able to handle all of this variation and understand it and realize that the variation is proceeding according to law, and it's not just a random chaotic thing. Mutation does not mean chaos, even though in Gemini instability does its work. So it proceeds as proceeds the greater system, with constant overlapping, and with parallelism due to the inherent ray of the spirit or monad. And what does that word inherent mean? I always figure there's two monadic rays. One can be any one of the seven, but another stratum of monadic ray can only be one of the three. Also, it's proceeding according to cyclic changes, to diversity of forces playing astrologically, and off from unknown cosmic centers upon the palpitating life within the atoms. What a picture of the many growing together properly and relating to each other properly within the one in which they live and move and have their being. Well, it opens doors to us. And we begin to see that the Tibetan has hinted at much which we may divine if we are perspicacious enough, acute enough, but extending the teaching on the basis of the hints received is up to every one of us according to our own method. And then we can propose what we see as an extension, and it can be put to the test of logic and eventually to the test of straight knowledge. Fourth period. The fourth period is that within which coordination of the personality is completed. We might expect so. Fourth spirille, or spirilla, the singular. The personality being the number 4. Some kind of integration occurring. The coordination of the personality is completed, and that wherein the man, this fourth period, is that wherein the man comes to himself, as did the prodigal in the far country, and says, I will arise and go to my father. This is the result of the first meditation. It almost seems like it's the reason that we undertake meditation. The spirit within us becomes very dissatisfied with eating the husks of life. Well, I guess if you look at any sheaf of wheat, there is the husk. It stands for the third aspect. And then probably with the kernel, there's something within the kernel that represents the essence of things. But the kernel is the nourishing part, and it represents the second aspect. So this fourth period is important, and a lot of people are passing through it right now. That within which the coordination of the personality, which apparently began a little bit before, is completed. And, we go through some psychology here, and we are no longer, it's interesting, number 4, because if you start counting, the fourth pedal takes you into the hall of learning. And you learn something about the pairs of opposites, like, hey, within me, there is a higher of the pairs of opposites. There's a higher power. There's a God within. And I want to know more about that God within, and I want to go there. And then I identify as the God within, generally after crashing from the tower, falling out of the tower of lower egoism, and then somehow realizing I really am the son, daughter, the child of, and then I go start back to the father's home. I leave the mother, only to reclaim her later, as in Virgo, I am the mother and the child, I God, I matter, am. It includes the whole thing. moon is in Virgo today. So hence maybe a lot of detail here. But this book is filled with detail. He warns the second-ray types when dealing with the meticulous entirety or the ray of detail. Remember, it's the ray of detailed unity and the divine pattern. So the details are not just accumulated, they have to fit within an archetypal pattern. The three permanent atoms, now maybe we should call them the two permanent and the mental unit, the atomic triangle, are functioning, and the man is an active, feeling, thinking entity. Now let us hope that we are that. Sorry. Give me a good purple and a good orange. It would be ray 5 and ray 7. The purple ray 7, orange ray 5. It's funny, the two rays I'm kind of missing in my makeup. And they're also missing in the color chart here. I'd like to keep things distinct if possible. Well, number 4, you know, what did he say? Mentally colossal, emotionally vibrant, physically perfect. Doesn't sound like anyone I know. He reaches the consummation of the personality life and begins to shift consciously his polarization from the personality life to the egoic. So we're pretty much in the hall of learning here, making our way after the crashing of the tower into the path of probation and eventual discipleship, or he's close to it. The consummation of the personality life. Well, there's a lot of suffering that goes on in petal number 5, which is both Scorpionic and Leonian. And Scorpio and Leo together, you know, it's a great combination for anticipating the value of destructive processes. Eventually, Scorpio and Leo will feature into the destruction of the causal body, and Scorpio will kind of do a number on Leo, you know, and the young unicorn is going to give the king of beasts a hard time. The unicorn is really, of course, Capricorn, but in a way, Scorpio is on the way to unicornhood. So the polarization into the ego is beginning, and by the time we're, you know, closing, you know, finishing off petal 5 and getting into petal 6, you can already sense the coming of the realizations that occur within the Hall of Wisdom. One is living a humbled life after falling out of the tower. These days, symbolically, it might be nice if some leader fell out of his tower and could see with a sense of proportion. It's kind of interesting, you know, Libra and Leo work together, and Leo is often noted for, in the beginning, for a great lack of the sense of proportion. But the wheel begins to reverse under Libra, and that sense of proportion comes into the picture. I'm thinking about these signs of crisis. Well, let's see, certainly Leo is there, and whoop, bouncing. And Capricorn too is one of the signs. I can't remember, is it Leo? I could go hunting. Might be Leo. The way I could find it, of course, is going on a hunt. Well, yes, I was correct. It's Leo, Libra, and Capricorn. And I got this from Esoteric Astrology, where we're studying the science of triangles together. So the crisis of individualization, the crisis of reversal under Libra, and then the crisis of initiation under Capricorn. So yeah, those three. Okay. What else does he do at this fourth period? He commences the work of transmutation. Maybe it's the earlier part of transmutation. There's a higher type of transmutation, which is almost like transfiguration. It's like it begins at the point of normal transfiguration. So it's in the same way you can take know, express, reveal, destroy, resurrect, and start at the first initiation. You can take know, express, reveal, destroy, resurrect, and start at the third initiation, ending up with the seventh. So he commences the work of transmutation. He laboriously, painfully, and carefully forces his consciousness higher and to expand at will. Forces, notice, forces. Laboriously, painfully, carefully. At any cost, he determines to dominate. That's Leo, you know. And this is the dome of the skull that Leo is ruling. To dominate and function in full liberation on the three lower planes. So that is the ancient authority of the personality is vanquished. To dominate and function in full liberation on the three lower planes. What is it? Page 689 in there. Freedom from in the rays and the initiations. It would be nice to know that for certain. I so often go there, you know, but is it true? Oh, well, you know, here's a way to find out. Oh, that was cosmic fire. I don't want that. .689 in the rays and initiations. And if that won't do it, we're very close. And I'll just look up the word ancient authority. There's only one reference, and it's going to be 686. So this type of transmutation begins at the normal type of transfiguration, freedom from the ancient authority of the threefold personality, marking a climaxing moment in the history of all initiates. And he says the word initiate because that's where the initiate consciousness actually begins. And there is the text on page 686, not 689. Just have to turn that 6 upside down to get the wrong one, and turn the 9 upside down to get the right page. This is an excellent page discussing the various types of freedom which are available to the progressing initiate. Okay. At any cost, he determines to dominate and function in full liberation on the 3 lower planes, and we say R and I, R and I, page 686. He realizes that the ego must have perfect expression. 25% atomic matter at each initiation, 25% more. So across the board, 25% at the first initiation, 50 at the second, 75% atomic matter at the third, and 100% atomic matter with all of the destructive implications on the highest, in relation to the highest subplane of the 3 lower planes with initiation 4. So he makes, therefore, at infinite cost, the necessary channel, and he attracts the attention of the teachers. It's all in the quest for this Uranian freedom. One of the lords of liberation under liberty, Uranian. So he's tuning in with that particular lord. Maybe you have to be in a group to do that, perhaps, but at least the great liberative stream is affecting him. He commences the work of transmutation. He laboriously, see if this is you, see if it is, painfully and carefully forces his consciousness higher. And to expand, that's the second ray method, to expand at will. His consciousness higher to expand at will. At any cost, he determines to dominate and function in full liberation on the 3 lower planes. That's what a master has done. The master has liberated his consciousness from the usual peremptory demands of the 3 lower planes, and he realizes that the ego must have perfect expression, physical, emotional, and mental, and he makes, therefore, and there, I guess an imprecise use of the word infinite, but implying that the cost is very great, and he makes, therefore, at infinite cost, the necessary channel. He attracts the attention of the teachers. Now, in what way does he do this? The causal body begins to radiate the indwelling light. It's not just warming or noticeable and going out to the periphery, but it goes beyond the periphery. Let's just say it has been constructed to a point where it is fine enough to act as a transparency. And let's just say, not just a translucency. And I want to there is translucency. And where the contact of the ego is made with the triad, so it's Antakarana building, a point of flame appears. Well, you know, the triad in this case is not being called the true ego, but we know that it is. It's the point here where the vessel of the true ego makes contact with the true ego, or what's called the ego in the causal body makes contact with the triad. A point of flame appears, and it's flame. It's not just light, it's flame. The light is no longer under the bushel. We're told not to hide our light under a bushel. A lot of people disguise what they know, maybe for good purpose at times. And he tells us a lot of Aquarian people even show as if they know what they don't really know. All the wares are in the window and nothing is in the store. So the light is no longer under the bushel, but suddenly flames forth and catches the eager eye of the master. So we sometimes forget how eager the master is to help those who can be helped. So things are lighting up. From a barely noticeable pinpoint of light to a more noticeable tiny light to the light which now is warming and extending to the periphery. And now, stage 4, the light is going radiatorily beyond the periphery. The master is watchful because that's his job, to catch those who can evolve according to his instruction. You ever wonder if you've been caught? Well, if you've reached the age at the stage of Chela in the light, you've been caught. And even before that, because little Chela ship is a sign of the first initiation, and already the master has to have been aware, even though at quite different intervals, he has to have been aware of you, little Chela ship. So you've been under supervision, elevated vision of a trusted disciple of the master who renders report to the master, and therefore the master himself. We're told that the reason that Alice Bailey and Master DK could work so well together was because Alice Bailey once was the Chela who stood in the light, and Master DK was the responding disciple on higher planes who made reports to probably Master Kurume, who was, really Master, Alice Bailey's master. So this is marking the period between 28 and 35, another 7-year period. It is the period wherein a man finds himself, discovers what his line of activity may be, and what he can accomplish from the worldly standpoint, and he comes into his own. Can you think back to when you were from the age 28, moving towards 35? Pretty soon I'll be talking in my sleep, I'm afraid. Well, anyway, we have 0 to 7 years, 7 to 14, 14 to 28, 14-year period. and now 28 to 35. 4 stages so far. And the light is, turning, pinpoint of light is turning into a flame, and maybe a devouring flame. And now the 5th period. I mean, can you trace your life this way? I suppose each one of us has our story. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, well, for me, my whole development in the arts really launched from the age of 14 to 28. And then a new phase entered. And instead of doing the arts as they had been done in a previous incarnation, it was a new directorship toward a role from the age of 28 to 35, along with, of course, the sliding in of the ageless wisdom running parallel. Now let's see what he says about the 5th period. During the 5th period, the flame gradually breaks through. Gradually. That's something to note. I mean, I don't know if we expect all the masters to return at once with the externalization and all the fire suddenly to well up and rise up and destroy the entire causal body. No, it's gradual. During the 5th period, the flame gradually breaks through the periphery of the causal body, and the path of the just shineth evermore and more unto the perfect day. I wrote a song just on that. It's so wonderful that DK can provide great mantras and words of power on which you can write music. It is in the 4th period that meditation commences. And I remember, joining the arcane school when I was 29 in this 4th period. Here it is, it says the mystic meditation that leads in the 5th period to that occult meditation that brings about results, being under the law and hence following the line of the ray. It is by meditation that the man as a personality feels out the vibration of the ego and seeks to reach up to the ego and bring the egoic consciousness ever more and more down, so as to include consciously the physical planes. He's going to give us a little litany here, and I think therefore we'll do this. Just, if you can think back on your life in a meaningful manner and in terms of the stages of occult development, then okay, you're really going to get something out of it. And you're going to see a picture. And I want to make this clear that, I mean, for many of us, maybe, I know I personally recapitulated mystical meditation before this point, but occult meditation came in during this 5th period. So then he says, it is by meditation this, it is by meditation that. It is by meditation that the man, the personality, feels out the vibration of the ego and seeks to reach up to the ego and bring the egoic consciousness ever more down, so as to include consciously the physical plane. It is by meditation or by retreating within that the man learns the significance of fire and applies that fire to all the bodies, these transmutative, transformative, transfiguring fires, till naught is left save the fire itself. And there we have in the treatise on cosmic fire, somewhere around page 166 to 169, how this works, leaving you with a body of flame. After all this is done, it is by meditation or the reaching from the concrete to the abstract that the causal consciousness is entered. And during this final period becomes the higher self. And not the personality. The entry into the higher self is affected. And maybe, in the Divine Comedy, Dante found himself lost in a dark wood at the age of 35. Of course, he was a genius and genius poet. Maybe he was writing about something that had already occurred, but he had the way to emerge with his writings. He had a lot of Gemini, by the way. So he was able to leave that dark wood. It reminds you a little bit of Robert Frost as he was pausing one winter night, maybe in a sled, or I don't know. He looked in the dark woods, and the woods was lovely, dark, and deep. But miles to go before I sleep. Well, it was about life and death, and, maybe even the temptation toward dying or suicide or something like that, to end the life early, but miles to go before I sleep. So if you sort of wake up to some kind of soul infusion by the time of 35, that's just the beginning of a new phase of life. So, always I want to put these here quite strongly. It is by meditation this, it is by meditation that. All right. It is by meditation. And it is by meditation. After all, this book is called Letters on Occult Meditation, right? So it's astonishing, the kind of information that he's really giving here. I'm really amazed by it, re-amazed. Makes me wonder if I ever read carefully at all. Have you felt out the vibration of your ego? I mean, I'm sure I'm talking here for a lot of people that are over the age of 35. Have you learned the significance of fire? I had a friend, always talking about God's holy fires. He had been through it and he had been burned. So for him, fire was not a word. As Master Moria says, you can know everything about the furnace, but it won't protect you. that knowledge won't protect you. If it's just theoretical knowledge, as you approach, you will be burned unless you really have made it practical. And it is by meditation or the reaching inward, is that it? Or the reaching from the concrete to the abstract, the causal consciousness is entered. We would like that, because he tells us that we are not successful in meditation because the causal consciousness has not been entered. He'll tell us that somewhere here before long. But as I say, put yourself in the presence of your virtues. Be assured of them, collect them, unify them, synthesize them, and you may find yourself in the presence of a different kind of persona, which is higher. It's still a mask. Persona means you sound through it, like the old Greek actors, they had the metal mask and the actor was behind it and was sounding through the mask. Personare, sound. And even you're sounding through the causal body too when it comes to your deeper layers. Finally, the one who sounds is the one for whom the sound sounds, and that is the monad, and the sound is O, the rounded circle, O. So the polarization shifts during the fifth period, the period of the path of initiation. No, that's wrong. Sorry. I just want to make sure that this is done correctly. Make this a little bigger. 1, 2. Now that'll do. That will do. 1, 2. So this is the path of initiation, and for some, sorry. I'm pressing too many buttons. Am I not? So for some, there is an archetypal climax at 35. It's maybe considered to be an ideal age. Somewhere I heard that when the master has a Maya Virupa, not just the kind of body that is a born body, that they appear as they would at the age of 35. The midway point and maybe a kind of point of perfection. So it takes us to the path of initiation, even though Dante, in the middle of his life there, found himself lost in the dark wood. So it's the shifts during the fifth period, the period of the path of initiation, entirely from the personality to the ego. And I think, by that time, I was certainly, I look at my own life and you look at yours, member of the arcane school, and had moved just about at that time to New York to be a member of the headquarters group, halfway across the country. For a lot of other people, it was easier. They were located right there in the New York area. But I had enough enthusiasm to carry me. one of my co-workers looked at me and just shook her head and said, "Glamour." I remember, I was saying, well, by coming to work, I said, well, wouldn't anyone welcome the opportunity to come to work in the arcane school? Glamour. I remember sitting in the United Nations cafeteria just when that was said, if the shoe fits, wear it, So we're shifting entirely from the personality to the ego until at the close of that period, liberation is complete and the man is set free. Well, maybe, archetypally, that's the third degree. It doesn't mean everybody experiences the third degree by the age of 35. People were having a tough enough time experiencing the second degree by the age of 60. Even the causal body is known as a limitation, and the emancipation is completed. So it's archetypally it is the abandonment even of the causal body, egoic lotus. Come on now. Oh, I see what's wrong. Well, we can't say, at this age or that age, it's going to happen. Everybody's different, and everybody has worked differently in the past and has different loads of karma which have been apportioned, different stages of unfinished business which have been apportioned. So, but at this point of emancipation, see, emancipation really, the first great emancipation, I'll get this right, is the fourth degree. The polarization then shifts higher into the triad. That's where the masters, or arhats and masters, focus. The shifting beginning at the third initiation, and presumably there has been some successful antikarana building. Oh, come on. The physical permanent atom goes, and the polarization becomes higher mental. The emotional permanent atom goes, and the polarization becomes intuitional. The mental unit goes, and the polarization becomes spiritual. This is really an important statement. Does this accompany, what should we say, the destruction of the causal body? Because maybe up until that time, you're going to need those lower units, the mental unit and the two permanent atoms. We can't really call the mental unit a permanent atom. We can call it a unit. So, but what's important here is that the shifting begins at the third initiation. And maybe you can tell that about people as you look at them. And you see the movement from personal to transpersonal to impersonal. That's how I've clarified it for myself. There is a type of impersonality which is planetary. There's a type of transpersonality which is built from the lower excellences, which have been mined or harvested in the quarries or from the orchards, depending on what kind of analogy you want to use. So the shifting begins even at the third initiation. Maybe some people sort of feel that coming, you know. The man then becomes, you know, big swaths of time here are jumped over, but you can take the fourth and fifth initiation in the same life, and you can take the third and fourth initiation in the same life. So presumably you can take the third, fourth, and fifth initiation in the same life. And the shocking thing, page 84, 85 of Initiation Human and Solar, right there at the end of 84, you can take, and usually will, and probably will, he says, which makes your jaw drop, the second, third, and fourth initiation in the same life. So whenever I hear that, I begin to think of the great yogi saint of Tibet, Milarepa, and the kind of progress he seemed to make from being a kind of initiate of the second degree and even practicing a bit of revengeful black magic on a group that destroyed his family, all the way to someone who just couldn't be less than a master. So rules are given, and there are always exceptions. The man then becomes the master of the wisdom and is of the symbolic age of 42, the point of perfected maturity in the solar system. 42 vortices of force also, well, 35 vortices of force make the master, but 42 the Chohan, and yet in this way of estimation, 35 is pretty much making the first solar initiate, the transfigured one, and 42 the master. So 35 vortices of force make the master, and 42 vortices of force the Chohan. But here, a different numbering is given. And, you know, full maturity is 42. Now, what is 42? 42 is the present monadic ray and soul ray of the solar logos. Well, you know, presently the yellow solar logos, the yellow sun, seems to have a fourth ray monad, and it certainly rules the fourth chakra of the cosmic logos, head center, ajna, throat, number 4, heart. And that 4 is probably the subsidiary of a 2, but for the moment 42 is what's going on, I think, in our solar system. As our solar logos moves towards its mental polarization, cosmically considered, it's moving towards the first stage where the monad really can have an effect. Well, it's such a 2-2-2 anyway, you know. We're so heart in our particular solar system. We've got to begin to get the feeling for that heart placement, because every one of us is really a heart unit, no matter what our other rays may be, at least for the time being when we're as a monad operating in this solar system. A still later period comes corresponding to ages 42 to 49. We're in the 6th And seventh initiations may be taken, but this period concerns not the readers of these letters. Later, he's going to write about it, you know. No question about that. He's going to write about that. But it's interesting to see what the numbers are, how he looks at them. A still later period comes, corresponding to ages 42, 49, wherein the sixth and seventh initiations may be taken. Chohanship, the Great Decision under Ray 3. Seventh initiation, Love, Wisdom, Gemini, Ray 2. Initiation. What can we say about initiation 8 and 9? Not much, except combinations of rays are found. Rays of aspect for initiation 8, rays of attribute for initiation 8, and rays of aspect for initiation 9. So turn to page 340 in the Rays and Initiations book, and you'll see the list. A very, very comprehensive and important list. So we are, here at page 29. And we have gone about as far as we can go, I think. So, we're in some kind of list here about the point of evolution, I think, and the specific gravity of the causal body and the extent of the causal body, And now we're in the second section. The first section took a long time. The specific gravity is about what we're going to undertake, and we discussed that it's a relative measure depending upon the medium in which the item is found. Does it float or does it sink? Depending upon its relative density. You need a fairly dense causal body up to a certain standard to be worthy of its destruction. So that's page 29. And we've gone through the 5 periods, which show the development of the inner light. That was an interesting section, but we begin with point in evolution, then specific gravity, then extent. I think that's so, yeah, and here it is. This whole thing is where we started. And so we've gone from page 23 to 20, well, no, actually we've gone more than that. But this is what we've been concentrating on, these 3 points. And we've been, point in evolution, we've dealt with for 6 pages. Let's see about specific gravity, what he can say, and let's see about the extent, the circumference, the breadth. So we went basically from 22 to 29, and this is the 23rd today. And so let's go from 22 and we'll take it. It's going to be a long program, but I've got to be efficient if I can be. I hope it is efficient to keep going when I can keep going, because sometimes, to continually talk to myself can get soporific, a little bit sleep-inducing. Hopefully not too much for you, but I drift off in meditation deep, of course. Of course, what else could it be? Okay, so that was program number 8, and it took place on the 23rd. And it took us from page 22 to 29. And we're about to enter program 9 from 29 to something. And we'll see when we begin. Will it be today? Done a lot of talking today. 2-hour earlier program on identifying as being, and then this thing is possibly almost 4 hours long. Almost, maybe. And then tonight, the reappearance of the Christ. So like I tell some of my friends, it might as well be a radio station here. Well, no, a TV station, really. And as long as there's a YouTube and as long as there is a makara.us, I'll be able to keep these things coming to you in the full realization that the most important thing is that you hear the Tibetan's words. My words are very secondary, but what they do is they relate this to that. Because my memory gets triggered, and then I find something way far away in some different book which rings a bell, and which maybe sheds a little additional light on the topic under discussion. And it's all going to lead to a synthesis of thought, or what I used to call synthetic understanding. Maybe it's more synthetic knowledge, but hopefully leading to synthetic understanding, standing apart, pratyahara, and seeing relationships. All of this kind of work is profoundly involved with the science of relationship. And the identify as being is involved with the science of non-relationship. Can't help it. You seem to get caught in the duality no matter what you do. But I think that students of occultism need experience with both deeply intricate relationships and also with that in which relationship is not permissible. And that is immovable, ever-present, beginningless, endless being. Immovable, endlessly present, beginningless, endless being, which is also non-extense. In other words, there's no extension involved. Being has no extension because you always need division to manage or to detect the appearance of extension. Yeah, okay, friends. We'll proceed. It's a 300-page book. And as I said, when we get to some of the Deva material, I hope to bring Atuya into this because, she knows more about the Deva kingdom from a practical point of view than anyone I know. So we'll see how we manage that. But, this will be for your edification, for your studies, and it will lead into deeper meditation because the new schools are going to be known as schools of meditation. It's the first ray part of meditation study and service. Study the second ray and service the third ray. But we have to penetrate through illusion, through glamour. We cannot accept those states as part of our normal consciousness. They're just not acceptable. I mean, they're noticeable, but they are not over time acceptable. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to live with that. They have to be purged. This is all part of the transmutation, the change of matter to a purer state. And this change of relationship is transformation to a more archetypal state. And transfiguration is glorification. And translation is elevation into a Buddhic state of simultaneous apprehension. You get it all at once, straight knowledge. It's Uranian and it's Neptunian. It's not particularly Saturnian, except that Saturn rules the whole cosmic physical plane. I judge there that I was invaded by Skype. I just turned it off, not recognizing where it was from. These platforms can get more invasive as time goes on, but you kind of have to be aware if there are emergencies. So let's simply persist. I mean, what we are persists whether we will or no. You can't not be. You cannot not be. That should come as a relief to many people who are convinced they're going to be snuffed out when they lose the body. But it's gone on forever, and what happens when you lose a universe? Are you gone? It vanishes into nothing, into nothingness. It vanishes into absolute infinitude. Are you gone? Certainly not. So we'll persist. 1/10 of the book, done. And if that's the case, who knows, it could be 80 programs or, yeah, maybe that. Or maybe up to 100 programs, I don't know. The idea is the hierarchy is coming forth, is manifesting in time, maybe just in the nick of time. And the great Lord is reemerging from apparent absence, which has never been the case, really. And the soul of the planet is coming out, and humanity is making its great transition into the fifth kingdom. And a great cycle of 250,000 years has terminated when he appeared last. And whether it is technically geometrical, astronomical, or some other kind of cyclic possibility, we'll find out. And the age of Pisces is ending, and the age of Aquarius is beginning, and the greater age of Pisces, a Platonic year, is ending, and a greater age of Aquarius is beginning. So lots is happening. And our planetary locus is undertaking initiation of a type, a kind of fourth initiation, not a fourth cosmic, but a fourth chain initiation, maybe. And our solar logos, too, is taking a subsidiary initiation. May you live in interesting times, the Chinese say, almost as if it's a curse to live in interesting times. These are interesting times. Okay. Lots of love, many blessings. And then onward. See you then.